Hello guys, in this tutorial I will do a game like this, the Minesweeper. I will explain every step. I will do a step-by-step tutorial, so also I will explain every error, every mistake that I do. So this will be a long video, but I think it's cool. Okay, so hope you enjoy it, and let's start. This is step 1, building the interface. So first things first, create a new file, could be a text document, and rename it as Minesweeper step 1.html and remove the .txt. Hit enter and yes. Okay. In this presentation I will use about Google Chrome version 50. Okay, Control 0 and close it. Well, the file is not showing nothing because I didn't insert any code. Also I'm using Notepad++ for writing the code. So let's start. Submit a little. First HTML and close HTML. Declare a head section, close add, and a body, and close the body, and the box model. First I will create a main div like this. So div, I will give it the ID main div and close the div. Second, I will have two inner divs, the board div where you have the positions, and the controls where we will insert a button to start the game and show info to the user. So again, div with the ID board div, and open close this, and another div for the controls. For this case I actually don't need any ID. So next, we have a board div and a controls div. I will insert a button that is our start button. So here inside the controls div I will set button and with the ID of start button and with text start and close the button. Next, insert another div to display info to the user. So we'll say div with the ID info div and close the div. We'll insert here some text just to see something. Display info to the user like this. Sorry. If we go to the browser and click refresh, we have this. I zoom it for you to see. Control Z. No, Control 0. Okay. What's next? Next, I will insert deep rows, and I will do these with scripts like this script and close the script. I want to get this element first, the board div, so I can insert inside this element the rows. I declare a variable var. I call it board and document get element by ID. Open close. What is the ID? Is board div. Close. Next we do var load board is equals to a function. Open close like this, and I just I'm thinking I need another variable with the board size like this with 30. Okay, and next we declare a var for var y 0, y is minor than board size, and y plus plus. Open and close the for. I declare a var row div is equals to document create element div, Um, so this will create 30 row divs, but I'm not adding it to the board. So I say board append child row div and close. Next, I need to call this function. I'm just declaring it. I need to call it at the end. So I say load board, open close, and okay. So let's see what happens. Apparently nothing, but if we go help, no settings, more tools, and developer tools here, pick this body. We have a body, main div, open this, board div, and as you can see I have more divs inside the board div. So next we have the main div, we have a board div like this, we have a controls div like this, a start button, display info div, rows that are divs too here, and next we need the buttons. Inside each row I will insert 30 buttons. So again here we have a for loop with var x is equals to 0x less than board size and x plus plus I will declare a button for each cycle and document create element button like this. Okay, and after this I will load this button for each button inside this row div. So I say row div append child button like this. So let's see what just happens. And now we have these buttons. If I zoom it, you see control 0. I want to give a size for each button, size with a width and a height. So button dot style dot width is equals to I need to do some calculations here. Like so, var, I declare here a var size percent is equals to 100 divided by board size. So I have this size, and I append the percentage symbol to this. So this will be something like sorry for the mouse, something like width is equals to 20%. Let's imagine that it's like this. Button style, style height is equals to the same formula, so like this. Let's see, the result is this big board. Okay. Next, we already generated this structure. Now we want to give it a style. So I move up here to the head and a style and close style. First, I need to give a size to the main div. For the element with the ID main div, we want to say that it has a width of 500 pixels and a height of 550 pixels, because in the height we have also a controls component. So let's see what happens. Control save, and this is different. Yeah. So I give it a border solid 5 pixels, and now I need colors. I have already picked these colors. For you to get some of those, you can go to the paint, like here, and in the edit colors you see if I'm moving these, for example here, and you see no, why this you have this red, green and blue RGB. That is the same here. RGB is red, green and blue values. So for this game I will use this RGB 146 and 190 for the border. let's see what happens. We have this. Next I will give it a background, background color, color, and I will pick this color here, RGB 153.178 and 208, and close this. Okay, we have this. Next, giving some style to this. Zoom it to the max. You see this. So if I say border radius 5 pixels and save, reload it, and it's cool, yeah. Okay, Control 0. Control 0, okay. Next, giving a size to the board div, because as you can see, the buttons are getting all the space, almost all the space available for the main div. So say the element with the ID ID board div as the width of 500 pixels and height of 500 pixels too. Let's see what happens. It shrinks a little, give more space to the rest. Next, I want to say that I want to give some style to the buttons. So I say that each element that is a button have background like linear, gradient, open. I will say white. I have to insert two colors. I can insert like this, or RGB. Let's pick another color. Sorry, it's not this. Another color. It could be this one. So 72 and 109 and 159, like this, and close. Let's see what will happen. I think yeah, what will happen, and we have these effects here. I'm zooming it a little just to see better. Okay. Actually, the start button, I don't like it, the style, so I say that the element with the ID start button is or have a width of 100 pixels, and let's see what happens here. The button increase its size. I give it a margin top of 4%, and it will move down. It moved down, and a margin left of 4%, and it will move to the right like this. Next, I will give it a font size of 120%. I'm increasing the text. The text increases. Next, I give to the text the color white, and again it turns white. Unfortunately, the background is not the most appropriate, so I will change it in the future, like this. Background is equals to linear gradient. I should pick a color, not this. We'll pick this color and this color, this and this. So RGB is equals to 112 and 146190. The second color is RGB 72 and 109159. Close these RGB, close the gradient, and let's see the result. The result is this. Next. I will increase, or no, I will set the font weight to bold, so the text will be bold like this. I will I will increase this just for you to see the results better. I will remove the border, 0 pixels, and refresh, no border, and I will give it a border radius to 10 pixels, like this. Refresh, and we have this. Next. This display info to the user is out of its place, so I say for the element with the ID info div, I want to float right. First thing, float right, control 0 and refresh, float right. It's here, it's floating to the right side. Next, margin 2 pixels, sorry, 2%, and let's see what happens. It moves. If I put this, it displays like here. Next, the color of the text will be white, and the font size will be 150%. If I refresh like this, so this is it, building the interface. Step 2, generating bombs. So at this point we have our interface like this. Now I want to insert here in the display info to the user the number of bombs. Here, up here, first we declare the number of bombs we will have, for example 80. To display here at the bottom we have this info div. So another variable, I call it display. It is document get element by ID. The ID info div, it's this element. Remove the extra space. Now here inside the load port, I will say display inner text is equals to number of bombs. Let's see what just happens if I refresh, submit, 80. Okay. Now we need an extra structure to save, to be more easy to navigate between the different cells. I call it matrix, and it's null right here inside the load board. I say that the matrix is equals to a new array with the size of board size. Just to remember, board size is 30 positions. Again, in the second, just right before the second for cycle, we say matrix at dimension y is equals to a dimensional at position y is equals to new array of board size. So this will generate a matrix that will represent each button, each position in the board. Back again, inside the inner for here, we just sorry. Okay, inner for. You see, I declared a matrix up here and a variable, and I said it is an array of 30 positions. Each position have another array of 30 positions. For each position, matrix for each position y at x, this x, this y. The y is rows and the x is columns. Okay, and I say that the matrix at row y and column x is equals to button, our button. Also I will say that the button as a property called x, and the x is x, and button at the property y of the button is our current y. This is actually the coordinates. So what's happening here is that I'm assigning to the matrix at coordinate y and x the button, and also I'm saying to the button that it is its position is, or its coordinates are x and y inside the matrix. So when I get a button, I will have a way to know where it is inside our structure, the matrix. Okay, so now we want to generate bombs, right? So outside of the these four, I will call a function that is named as, I will name it as generate bombs. I will do this in a better way. I will first I will declare here a variable with all coordinates. It's equals to an empty array, and inside the second for, the inner for here, where we know the actual position of every button, I will append to the all coordinates. I will append the button, so I have a way to know each coordinate in our board. And now here in our bombs, generate bombs function, I will pass this as a parameter. This generate bombs function doesn't exist yet. I declare right here var generate bombs is equals to function that receives all coordinates, that receives a variable with all the coordinates of our matrix. Generating our bombs. I say that var count is equals to 0 because at the beginning we have 0 bombs generated. I will do a while count plus plus is minor than number of bombs. And just to remember, number of bombs is the total number of bombs in this map, in this game or board, okay. So while we haven't generate all the bombs, we do for index. I want to get a random index inside the all coordinates array. So I do mat floor and mat random. These mat floor and mat random are JavaScript functions. It's nothing done by me. Multiply it by all coordinates dot length. So what I am saying here is generate for me a random index between 0 and all coordinates size. So all coordinates, if all coordinate size is 10, it will generate a number between 0 and 9. Okay. Now getting the coordinate is equals to all coordinates at index idx. So I'm getting the button because I was pushing buttons every time I generated a button, and after I assigned to to the button the X property and the Y property, I pushed it into all coordinates array. So this coordinate is actually a button. Next, I want to say that the matrix at index coordinate y and index coordinate x is dot bomb as an extra property called bomb is equals to true. So with this line I'm saying that for this position add an extra property called bomb and set it to true. Okay. Next, I will remove this element from all coordinates array. How I do this? I do this with 𝗀𝗁ce. Is a function of JavaScript. It receives the index, the starting index, and a number. This number says that remove just one element. So if the index is, if in our array we have let's say 10 elements and I have the index 5, I'm saying that at index 5 remove just one element. If I said like 2, it will, in the same scenario, it will remove the 5 and the 6 elements. Okay. Next I will add an extra command just to see. Console log is coordinate dot y plus coordinates x. This basically will output to the console of developers tools each coordinate where we have a bomb just for debug. If I refresh, sorry, nothing happens. But if I go here to the developer tools, I will see in the console numbers. These numbers are actually the coordinates where the bombs are. If I type here matrix at, for example, the last one, 50 and index 25, I have a button, and if I say dot bomb, it will say true. Imagine I change the index of the matrix from 50 25 to 15 25 to 15 26, and dot bomb, it will say undefined. I don't know if you can see this. Oh, I can zoom it. Cool. So the first is the last coordinate that was outputted. Bomb true. But if I change this in this position, there is no bomb, so it returns undefined. Okay. I close these, and for now is just that, generating bombs. Step 3, showing the bombs. So we already generated each bomb, but we are enabled to show them in the map. So let's do this. First things first, we need to know where are the bombs generated here. So I will declare another array that I will call it bombs coordinates, like this, and at this time it is an empty array. I copy this, and inside generate bombs, at the beginning I say that it is empty because I will change it inside this function, and in the next time I call it, I want this to be empty, so I can put inside this array the new positions. Here, right after generating the bomb coordinates, I say that bombs coordinates push coordinate. That, if you remember, is actually a button. If I go here in the load board function, where I add to the all coordinates buttons, every time I generated a button, I pushed inside this all coordinates array, and I call here generate bombs with all coordinates array. After that, here in this function, I received this array. I generate an random index. I get the button here. I say that this button is a bomb. I remove it from the all coordinates array I just remove it, so the next time when the loop begins, the element is not inside the array, so it will not be chosen to be a bomb again. This console log is for debug. For now we don't need it anymore, so I comment it, and I add this button, this coordinate, to the bombs coordinates array, that is this global array. Okay. Next I will create the function that actually show bombs. Is a function, and it will receive nothing. It has no parameters, so, and I say for each variable index in bombs coordinates, the same array here that where I added each bomb, each button that has a bomb. Let's say here I want to get the x and y coordinates, so var x is equals to bombs coordinates at index id x dot x. So I'm going to I have this array, I am getting the element at this position index, is the element is a button, and the element has a property called x. In the same way, I will do the same for the y component, like this, and I will say now that the matrix at row y and column x style background is equals to yellow. I'm changing the background of the button to yellow. Next I will say something similar, that but is font size. I'm changing the font size to large, and I will change the color of the text to red. Again, I will set the inner text as a star, like this. So again, what I am doing here is for each bomb inside this, for each button that is a bomb inside bombs coordinates array, get me its position inside the matrix, and now I can say that this matrix at this position, at this row is row y and column x. I'm saying that the style background is yellow, the background of the button is yellow, the font size of that button is large, so the text will increase, and the color of the text is red. Also, I'm saying that the inner text is a star, asterisk, or I don't know how to pronounce this. So if we reload this, nothing happens because we need to call the function. So if I go here again to the developer tools and I call the function show bombs like this, hit enter, and it shows the bombs. But as you can see, we have here a strange behavior. Let's say this is made on purpose. So let's fix it. It's about the style of the button. I have to fix it. I have to go here and say that all the elements must be float left, so they don't change if they were clicked. More tools, developers, and I call again show bombs, and now they are nothing strange happened because they are all floating left elements. They are adjusted to each other like that. They don't change. I don't know how to explain this in English. But I want to adjust one more thing here. I don't like this. I want to center the star, for example, and put it more emphasis. So I say that the font size of the font size I already set is the font weight is bold. Bold. So if I refresh this and F12 to see the developer's console and show bombs, okay, and now I want to nothing happened because I forgot to save my changes, so I must run it again. Sorry. No. So it changes, but let's move on. Padding. I must explain this first. So if I pick this icon here that says select an element in the page to inspect it, click it, and if I select, for example, this element, I don't know if you see, but here you can see we we see here the box model of that element in the computed section, and it says that it has a padding of 1 at top, 1 to bottom, 6 to the left, and 6 to the right. And if I don't know if you can see it, but there is this line here, because there are 6 pixels here and 6 pixels here for the padding component, so I want to remove it. Here I say that padding is equals to 0 pixels. Okay, let's see what happens. I have to reload, and I have to show the bombs again. Close this, and now our bombs are centered like this. They are more cool. Okay, and this is it for the showing bombs section. Step Step 4, assign actions to buttons. So at this time, what we have the game board is generated, and we have bombs. We also can show the bombs like this, but if I click in each button, nothing happens, including this button. Nothing happens. So I want to add I actually sorry, I actually want to add actions to these buttons. First, let's start with the simple one, is the start button, this button. I need to get it from the HTML, this element, so I declare it here. I declare it start button is equals to document get element by ID, and the ID of the button, the start button element, is start button. Okay, copy and pass. Next, I will say that start button dot, and this is important. This should happen. This should be the last statement of the entire script. Okay. I'm saying here that start button is on dot on click property is equals to be different, I will use a lambda expression, but I can also use a function like this. Okay, just to show you that it's possible to use this syntax. And what the start button will do, it will call this function. I remove it from here and I put it to here. So if I refresh this, nothing nothing happened. Why? Because I do not click to the button at the beginning, and I must load the board. So to fake a click, let's say it's like this, we use this object, and just to remember, this is the element button that we get here with document get element by ID with the ID start button. So this object represents this button, and I am saying the button start button is dot click. So with this statement I'm clicking on the start button by code. Okay, so if I reload this, it clicks automatically. F12 to see developer console and show bombs, and if start, we have a bug here. If I start again, it increase, and start, increase. Okay, so what is happening, what we are not doing to for this to not happen. So each time I call the load board function, I generate buttons, and I append them to the board element. If I call it again, I will append new elements to the board element, to the board element that already have buttons. So before appending new buttons, we must get rid of the old ones. Okay. To do that, I copy this board object that represents this div, this board div, and I declared it here. Okay, at the beginning of the load board function, I will say that the board element dot inner HTML is equals to empty. In this way, I'm saying that all the stuff that already exists inside the board element will be erased, and now I can add new elements. Okay, so if I refresh this and I click start, there is no problem with, just for you to see, click, it just refresh the entire board. Okay, so next phase. Next I want to assign actions to the board elements. I want to hit, I want to show flags, so I don't need to see these. I need to be at the load board function, and right after all coordinates push button I have to add 2 lines of code, and I will say that the button also have a property called onClick that is equals to the lambda expression, just to be different, that receives a property called e, and what this function will do is calling a function called left click action, where I pass the e parameter to that function. Okay, this is for the left click. When I hit a position, now I want to assign flags. It's the right click, so I say button dot on context menu. It's the right click event. I assign this lambda expression that calls the right click action, and I again pass the I variable. Okay, these functions don't exist yet, so if I refresh and click, nothing happens. If I hit F12 to see developers tools, I see that there exists errors. Left click action is not defined, so I have to define these functions. I will define these here, and right before start button on click, because this is important to be in this place. So var left click is equals to function, and this function receives an event, open close, and I will console log, and I will say left click, and we have the right click action. I must declare it. 2 is a function that receives an event as a parameter, and I will console log right click, just to see. Okay, so if I refresh this and I click left click 3 times, right click, and now I have this guy. This guy appears each time I click. I do a right click, because it is showing me the context menu. I don't want this to happen, so I go here to the right click action, and also I say that the event must prevent default. Okay, so every time I click, I do a right click, it calls this function that receives this event, and I say that prevent default. So in other words, I'm saying don't show context menu. Don't show context menu. Okay, let's test it. Right click, left click, right click, and the context menu doesn't appear anymore. Okay, so for now this is our assign actions to buttons. Step 5, show and hide flags. So at this moment what we have here is we have right and left click actions set. We can show all the bombs, and we can restart the game. Now I want to assign flags with the right click. So first things first, let's design the button. Design the flag. I will not use an image to do our flag. I will use just HTML and CSS. First, I need to isolate a button, so I will insert here at the bottom a new button just for us to do our design, to be more simpler to understand. So at the bottom, like here, I say button, and for now it's just like that, and close the button. I need to clone that button. Sorry. It doesn't appear because it has no texts. Going back, yeah, we have here our button. F12. I need to see the dimensions of a real button because they have a percentage, and I need the actual pixels. So I go here to compute it, and I see that it has sorry, it have 12.666 pixels by 12.666 pixels. So let's do the same. Here in our new button, I say style is equals to width 12.666 pixels, and height is equals to it's equals to 12.666 pixels. I know it has a border of 2 pixels like this. So go here and it's this. I now can remove this text. I don't need it anymore. Let's see what's happened. It's like this. Put this more. Our button is here. Okay, first the box model. I want to imagine this is our button, and I want to insert this little image of a flag. So imagine you have 2 divs like this. So I will insert a div, and for now it's an empty div, and another div. Next, inside the first div I want to insert another 2 divs. So again, inside the first I insert a div and close the div, copy this. We have 2 divs inside the first div. Next, now I actually want to give him style, some style to these divs. First, let's give some properties to this first div. I call it I give it a class named flag call, and this second one is a flag call too. Why? Moving back, this is a column, this is another column. Okay, now we will set the rows. This is a first row, this is the second row. So going to the code again, I call it class flag row, and close, copy, and this guy is equals to the first. I will also set an ID to the first column, and I call it flag left, and the second column I will give an ID that I call it flag stick, like this. and this one will be, well, you will see it in the next phase. So we need to give to define this class and this class and these IDs in the CSS style. So I move here to the style element, and before after everything I will declare the flag call, the elements that have a class of flag call will have an height of 80% of the space available inside the button, and also they will float. You will see next. Refresh this. Console. Let's see what the console show us when we inspect the element. As you can see, we have here two things. I will okay, this button have this flag call and the second flag call. As you can see, the second one is before, is at the bottom of the first, and I actually want them side by side. This happens because the div element is an in-block element, so it's a block element, and block elements by default will show stacked in the page. So I will say all the flag calls must float left, and I save, and let's refresh this and now, as you can see, they are here, but they have no content, there is nothing to show, nothing you can see yet. So, but they are actually side by side, because you will see, because they just have the height component defined, they don't have the width, so you can't see it. The flag rows, the elements that have the class flag row will have this style, will have a width of 100%. So this is flag row, they will get all the space available for them inside this column, this flag column. I didn't set yet a width to this flag column. So if I refresh and click, oops, you will see they exist, but because we don't have the width component, it's difficult. Width for the um, flag column. Okay, so I say that the flag the flag row must have an height of 50% because they are they will these two rows will share the space equally, um, the space available equally. Um, Now I want to, let's put this minor this. Okay. Now I want to give to the first column a width component. So I copy this. The elements that have the ID flag left will have a width of 70%. Let's see what happens. It's taking the form. So I don't know if you can see these, but actually we have already defined these two. They are stacked, are our rows. Next, define the stick. So I will get something like this, and the stick is here. Copy, and the element that have the ID flag stick must have a width of 1 pixel and a background color of black. Let's see the result, and now we have, let's close this, we have this little stick. Okay, now the next phase is we gonna focus on this row, the first row in the code is this guy. I will assign here an ID flag triangle. Okay, and I will say that the element that have an ID flag triangle will have some CSS properties that I will define in a moment. Next, so this is difficult to explain and to understand at first, so let me move back here. So focus on this. the first row, the flag triangle row, this guy. I will say that this guy have a width of 0 pixels, and it has also an height of 0 pixels. So what I am saying here is the element itself, the div, doesn't exist. It exists, but it don't have size, any size. Okay, so if I go here, hit F12 to see developers console and pick, you see, now we just see the flag left div, and the flag triangle apparently doesn't exist, is there somewhere, but you can't see. And the second one will take the space of the first, because the first don't have any size. He actually doesn't exist. Okay. And now the next step. So how can I explain this? So our div doesn't have any size. It's a point somewhere in the page, and if you define a border when you are playing with size on CSS, you will see that if you use percentage to define the width and the height, and if that element has a border, the border don't comes to the it doesn't it does not take place in the calculations of the size of the element. So the let me see if I can explain better. If I select this guy here and see the box model, so the box model is this. We have our component. If I select the first, it has 0 by 0 size, but the border is not in consideration of this calculation. I don't know if I make me clear, but you will see the result. So if I define a border right with 9 pixels, it will have this distance, the distance between this point where nothing exists and 9 pixels to the right. So I will say border right 9 pixels, solid, and is red. If I go here to the page and refresh, I don't see nothing. yet. Next phase. Why I don't see nothing? Because I just defined the width component. I don't give it a height. So if I want to give a height, I have to define the border top too. So imagine that in this, the same scenario, we have a point with nothing, and I will define 6 pixels to the border top, something like this. With so we can design something with 9 pixels by 6 pixels. You will see border top 6 pixels is solid, and just for you to see the effect, blue, no, green, like green. Okay, let's see what happens, and actually appears here something. I don't know if you can see this. We have this, guys. This is actually the border. The element, the start point begins here, and we have 9 pixels from here to here, and 6 pixels from here to here of the border. So we have something like this. Now I want to ignore this area. Okay, so to do that, I remove the green color, and I say that the border top is 6 pixels solid and is transparent. Okay, so if I go back here and refresh, we have our triangle like this. Okay, so we have our little flag designed like this. So if not, now we have our flag designed. Well, we already designed the flag, so I want now to be able to insert the flag here in the board. So back again to the script section. Okay, I will create another 2 functions, one to show the flag and the second one to hide the flag. Okay, so I will call show flag is a function that receives an element, that the element is the button. For now I don't do anything. The second function is hide flag, that it's equals to a function that receives an element, and the element could be a button or not. We will see. So when this function is called and we pass a button, we will say that the element dot inner html is equals to, and now I go up here. This is the button. I have these divs. I copy this, pass. I will do a string with this, a text string. Let's see what happens. Oops. Like this, and I select all this text, copy. No. Element inner HTML is equals to this text. That is our flag HTML. Okay. So let's move on. Also, I want to mark this as a flag. So the element will have a property called marked as flag, that it is equals to true. Okay. And also I want to display inner text is equals to display dot inner text -1. What is this display? Just to remember, is this guy info div here. So every time I assign a new flag, this number will decrease. Okay. I'm saying here display inner text is equals to display inner text 80 -1, so it will be 79. Okay. If we go here to F12, hit F12 to see developers tools, the console, and I say that this guy will be a flag. So show flag, show, why this doesn't, no, I want to, I'm having problems writing the H letter. I don't know why. So I copy here and pass show flag where at the matrix, at index, at column 0. I think something went wrong. Go away. Okay. 0, sorry, and cut reference because something went wrong. Okay. F12 again, and this. Okay, so now I can actually show a flag, as you can see. This flag. Okay. Next, I want to hide the flag, so I will say element dot inner HTML, because it is a button, or maybe it's not, will be equals to nothing. So I will remove the inner HTML of the button. Okay, and I will set the marked as flag to null. I also will display inner text, is equals to display inner text plus 1. So I'm removing a flag, I'm counting up this number. So save. We will use this here in the right click action. So instead of console log events function, I will say that if I must get the button. Sorry about that. There is something, so I can't control that stuff. We have an event, right, that this function receives, and this event has a target. This target is our button. If target is marked as flag, is equals to null. By other words, if the button is not marked as a flag, you will show a flag to this button. Okay, else if it's marked as a flag, you will hide flag on this button. Okay, let's see what happens now. Right click again, something wrong, something wrong here too. And I click again, and I click again, and I click again, and as you can see, it is inserting multiple flags inside the same button. And why this happens? Okay. Well, as you remember here, our flag is, we have a button, and inside the button we have multiple divs. Okay, these are all divs. So when you hit the button, if eventually you reach any div, if you hit inside the div, the target of this event will be that div, will not be the button. Okay, so we must filter this. Okay, so we already see ours checking if the target is marked as flag, but the target must be a button. So if the target dot node name is equals to button, if the target is actually a button, and if the button is not marked as flag, show the flag, else hide the flag. Okay, save, refresh this, and it doesn't show, but we still have this error, this bug. Why? The bug is here. Let me see if I can. As you can see, when I create a new flag, the number decreases, but if I hit again, it doesn't disappear, and the number is appended. So for the append part, the problem is here, and why not is here too. So as you probably already know, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Hypertext. So everything that is inside the document is text. Okay, so I am getting from this element the inner text. Okay, if in JavaScript, if you set a plus, if you have texts and you set a plus, you are appending texts to the rest. So this number will be converted into text and will be appended to these texts. In the other hand, we don't have by default a remove text like this. This appends, the minus will not remove text. Okay, so for JavaScript, the minus will be arithmetic so arithmetic operator, so it will see this is text and have this arithmetic operator, so it will convert this text into a number and then -1. So after this explanation, to prevent this error, I must explicitly do a cast. I must say to JavaScript that parse this text to int. So with this JavaScript function, I'm converting this text into a number, and now when it sees the plus sign, it will know that it must do a sum operation. Okay, this guy actually they don't need it don't need this, but just to be equal, I put it here. Okay, so let's see what happened. The number is decreasing. Well, the number is increasing, but not always removes the flags. So okay, the flag's still here, but it doesn't remove, because again I'm hitting in some cases inside the divs. So we must check, we must navigate between the div to the button. So how we do that? I will create another function and I will call it getParent, and this function will receive the element and the node name, just to be generic, node name that we want actually to find the parents. So while element dot node name is different than node name, you will assign element, you will reassign element as element parent node and return the element. Well, what this is doing, imagine that you hit inside this div, this row div. So this will return a div, and I'm expecting to get a button. So hey, what is your parent node? Of the parent node of this div is this big this column div, and again it will ask the node name of the element is a button, is the name that I pass here, and it will say no, it's a div. So if no, give me your parent and reassign me with the parent node. So the element will be now a button. The button is the parent node of this div element. And now again it asks what is your name, what is the node name of the current element, and it is say, well, it's a button, and button is different than button. No. How we can, and then the element is returned. So following this logic, we can do something like this: element is equals to get parent element of this element, get me the parent of this element that is named as button, that is node name is button. Okay, so this element that I receive in ith flag is passed here, and I'm searching for the button parent node, so it will enter in the wild, and will search for the parent node that has the name button. Okay. Wait, let's see what happens now. Click. We have 79. Click again, it disappears. 80. Everything is okay now. It disappears. I think we have another bug. Yes, we have another bug. Imagine that the number of bumps are not 80, are 1 bump. For example, we have 1 bump, so if I refresh, 1 bump here, I hit, I have a flag. If I hit again, more flags appear and the number decreases, still decreased. So I don't want this to happen. Oh, sorry. Code, yeah, here. And how can I prevent this? Well, it's pretty simple. Here in the show flag, we must first say that if display inner text is different than 0, then you actually can do this stuff. Cut and so if the text displayed in inner text is different than 0, you can decrease, you can show a flag, so you will decrease this. If it's 0, nothing will happen. Okay, let's go back, refresh it, and if I click again I can't show more flags. Well, we have one more thing to do here. If I click, you don't see F12. If I do a left click, what's happened here? Because we have 0. Sorry. I will put more bombs, like 40 bombs. Now I can show you what I want to show. 40 bombs. F12. If I hit inside the flag with the left click, the left click action is processed, and I don't want this to happen, because when I mark this cell as a flag, I'm saying in the logic of the game, I'm saying this is a safe position, and if I click with the left click, I will not hit the position, because the position probably have a bomb in my logic. Okay, so shrink this, and don't see this, and don't see this, and now left click action. Okay, first, well, when I do a left click action, I received an event. That event as a target, and I don't know if the target is actually the button, because if I click inside a flag, we already know that that flag is that button have inside of it many div elements, and the target could be one of them. So I say var button is equals to get parent of event dot target, and the parent name is button. The parent node name is button. Now that we have the actual button, we check if button is marked as flag. If the button is marked as flag, we want to return, just return. We don't want to do nothing, because it could be a bomb. If it is not, we can proceed, and what we will do, we will do a hit position to this button. This hit position is a function that doesn't exist yet, and I will create it here right after get parent and before start button on click. So var hit position is equals to function that receives a button and for now I will just alert hit position. I'm just saying, well, you are actually hitting this position, showing a pop up or pop out, or I don't know the name right now. So let's see what will happen now. I refresh this and I mark some flags and left click, nothing happens, but if I click here, hit position, nothing happens, hit position. Okay, so this is it for step 5, showing and hiding flags. Step 6, hit position. So what we have now, we can assign flags like this. The number decreases here as I assign a flag, increases when I remove a flag. I can restart, and also when I hit a position with the left click, it shows a message saying that I hit the position. So let's start here in the hit position. I will remove this alert because I don't need anymore. It was just to show you. First thing, when I hit a position, I want to say that onClick function of that button will be null, so I removing the action of hitting that position because I don't need it anymore. Next, the button on context menu, the right click also will be deactivated, and for now let's say that is null. Let's see the result. Right click on this cell, nothing happens. Left click, sorry, right click, and now this context menu appears. Right click, left click, and it appears. So remember when here, when I set this, when I do a right click, we have the context menu, and I am saying here that hey, prevent default actions, and the default action is to show the context menu. So I want to do the same thing when I deactivate the button here. So I will use a lambda expression like this, and I will say that e dot prevent default don't show context menu. Okay, if I refresh this and left click, right click, nothing appears. Left click, right click. Okay. Next thing, if I'm clicking on a bomb, I will call a function called named as game over, and I will pass the button. This function doesn't exist yet, so I will declare it right here. Var game over is equals to function that receives a button, and for now I don't do anything with it. In the case that it is not a bomb, what we will do? Well, we have two different scenarios. If the it position is a position where that is not surrounded by bombs, it will expand. It will explode, like something like that. It will. You understand? If it has, if it actually has bombs, it will show the number of bombs, the surrounding bombs that the position have. So first we need a function that calculates the number of bombs each position have. So I will call it how many neighbor bombs, and I will pass the button.x and button.y. I will pass the button coordinates. So this will be a function that calculates the number of bombs in the neighborhood of that position. So how many many neighbor bombs is equals to a function that receives an x and a y position coordinates. For now I put here a comment with a to do, and let's proceed with this logic. So I imagine that this function is already done. Okay, now I have a way to know how many bombs are there. I will save it on a variable that I will call neighbor bombs is equals to what this guy will return. let's say it returns 1, for example. Um, Next, if the neighbor bombs are different than 0, if it will, I have to assign a number to it. I will say that the button inner text will have the number of bombs that we calculated here. Also, I want to give it some style, change the color of the text, for example. So I will declare here a variable that is an array of colors. Close here. It's an array of colors, and I will give some color names like red, teal. I already picked some colors: red, teal, brown, Rebecca, purple, purple, dark green, and green, and navy, sorry, like this. Well, where I get these colors, you can express colors with these names. We have 3 ways to express colors: is with its name, with RGB codes, or a code like this, for example. A great site I want to show you to know this stuff is this 𝗃𝑤schools.com. It has many tutorials about JavaScript, CSS, HTML, and so on. I picked the colors from here. As you can see, the color has a color name and hexadecimal value, so I can express brown as brown text, or let me find the brown, or as this code, this hexa code, something like that. Okay. Also, I have the RGB, sorry about that, the RGB function that I don't know the code, I'm just inventing something like that. So we have 3 ways to express, to say what color we are choosing. Going back let me close this. Going back to our logic. Well, I have an array of colors, of color names, okay, and I will declare here an index that starts at 0, the index of this array of colors. And I do also a switch where I pass the number of bombs. You can do this. This is kind of stupid because I don't know. I don't need to do this logic, the switch logic. I just want to show you how to use a switch in a different way. Because what I am trying to do here is picking a color from this array, and I can use the number of bombs to index the color. But I will use now a switch. You don't need it. I just using it to show you a different way of using the switch statement. Okay. In the switch instruction, I'm receiving neighbor bombs variable with the count of neighbor bombs, and I say case 1, and if I don't case 1 and I say index is plus plus, so I'm increasing the number of the index from 0 to 1. Okay, next, if I say case 2 index index plus plus, so in the case 2 the index is 1. Why? Because I didn't added a break statement. I removed this. So if this statement don't have a break, it will fall into the next one. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. The 8 will have nothing. 7, 6, 5, 4, and 3. Okay. And a default scenario that I don't say nothing here. Just remember, you don't need this. I'm just showing this just for you to know that if you don't add a break statement, it will fall in the next statement, and if I have this variable will increase its number. So if I have, for example, neighbor bombs equals to 4, it falls here, and 0 plus 1 is equals to 1, and next it will fall here. So we have the number 1. It will add up 1, so it index will be 2, and falls here, index will be 3, and falls here, index will be 4, and false here, we don't do nothing and we go out of the switch, and the index in that case will be 4. Okay. Next, giving the color to the button. I say button dot style and color is equals to colors at index. Colors is this array of colors. In the example I gave you, for it will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It will be purple. Okay. Let me put here a comment for you to know that you don't need this. You don't need this switch statement. Something like that. It is just for you to know the behavior. How I write behavior? Let me our behavior, I think, I don't know, of for you to know the behavior of switch statement when you don't use break after the case, after each case. So you don't need this switch statement, it's just for you to know the behavior of switch statement when you don't use break instruction after each case, okay. So we give a color when the number of neighbor bumps is different than 0, else in the case it is actually 0, I will explode the rest of the neighbor positions. So I will call it explode. It's not the best name. And I give it the coordinates of the current position. This function doesn't exist yet, so I will create it here. Var explode is equals to function x and y, and for now I don't do anything. Remember that how many oops, this is misspelled. How many neighbor bombs function for now is returning 1. Uh, let's see what will happen if I click 1 1 1 1 1. I click it in some 1. If I change this to, let's say, 4, refresh, and 4 4, it has a different color, you see. Also I want to change the background. So after all of this, if it is a number between 0 and 8, also I want to say that the button style and background is equals to RGB 153 178 and 208, like this. And let's see what happens. And the effect is a little different. It have not the gradient effect. Okay, if we zoom out, we can see that it's a little different. So going back here, what we have to do is this how many neighbor bombs function. And I will declare the var count is equals to 0, and I will return this count variable. Now I have to move around the position and check each position if it is a bomb or not. And we have a matrix that will help us with that. I will declare var I y is equals to if y position y number is equals to 0, it's in the border. I will say that IY is Y, else I will say that IY is Y less 1. I'm moving back. I don't know if this helps you or not. Let me see if so I have this slide for the step 9, but it will help to show you. Imagine that I hit this position. This is our grid with buttons, and I hit this position. The Y number will be 0 because it's in the first position of the array, and then I can't check right here because it's the y coordinate. I can check here because this position doesn't exist, but this exists and this exists. That is why I am doing this calculation. So if the y is 0, I will assign to this variable the value of the y, else I can move back because I have a position on the array for that. Okay. Next I will do a for cycle sorry, where I say that iy is less or equals to y. Y plus 1. Why I'm saying this? Going back to the slides, imagine you are this position here, and I'm saying, well, you can start here and you can check this position too. So this position is y plus 1. So next, also I want to check if iy is less than matrix dot length. Why? Because we could be at this position. If we are at this position and we say y plus 1, we fall into a non-existence existing position, so it will break. Okay. iy plus plus, and I close this. Let me see if I don't did any mistake. I think not. Okay. Next, we have for the first coordinate the y. The y is the rows, and we now want the columns. Ix is x, that is equal, if x is equals to 0, we say that the value of ix is x. Else x minus 1. The logic is almost the same. Here ix is less or equals than ix plus 1, and ix is less than matrix at index iy dot length, because this is a multi-dimensional array. This is a matrix ix plus plus. Okay, now that we have each coordinate around the position, we check if matrix at index iy and index ix. So if the matrix at the column iy and the row at the row iy and the column ix is a bomb, if this happens, then I want to count else I don't count. So let's see if this is working or not. Refresh, nothing happens. 1 1 1. Give me more numbers. It's a bomb. Let's fake this. I have 40 bombs. I will say that I have 150 bombs inside these 4 5. You see the colors are different. 3 1 want. Yeah, you see the colors are actually different. Okay. Next step. Well, the next step will be doing the game over in step 7, doing the game over function here. What we have right now, we have this. We can assign flags, we can check the numbers, we can hit the position, sorry, and each position will give us a number of the surrounding bombs. And I want to, when I hit a bomb, I want to game over, to show a game over. So for it we need to know if the player is playing a game. Okay, we need to have the notion of playing a game. So to do that, I will go up here in our variables section, and I will declare a new variable that is called is playing, and I say that it's false, it's not playing. Each time the start button is clicked, and right after building all the structure, all the board, I want to say that is playing is true. Okay, also I want to not here in the left click action, I want to say if it's not playing, you just return. Don't do nothing, just return. And in the in the right click action, I will say the same thing. So if it's not playing, just return. Don't do nothing. Okay. And now I will show a new bug. So click nothing, it has a bomb here somewhere, and I think I'm not saved. Yes. Game over. Well, if it is game over, I must say that the is playing flag is false, because it's a game over. I forgot to do that. Sorry. So if I click refresh and this guy have 2 bombs, and I think let's do a console log game over, so we can see actually the game over effects, developer tools, and show me the console. If I click here, game over, I hit on the game over, so now I can't do nothing. But we have here when I do a right click, the context menu appears again. If I go back here in the right click function, right click action, I'm saying well, if it's not playing, just return. But but I do not reach this instruction, and that instruction says don't show the context menu, so I have to replace this instruction right after this, right after I disable the context menu. Okay, going back and refresh. I need a game over first, game over, and now when I do a right click, the context menu doesn't appear anymore. Okay, that's it. Well, I'm going to remove this. You already saw the what I wanted to show you. Just to simplify the code, I remove this statement and say here that is the neighbor of bombs -1. Why? Because the neighbor of bombs could be an 8, and arrays, the index of any array starts at 0, so it will have 7 here. This is the 7th index: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So if we have 8, it's a navy, and we want to access the 7th index, so 8 minus 1. Okay, that's it. Also, well, in the game over, I say that the is playing is false. Also, I want to show bombs. I don't know if you remember, but show bombs is a function that I declared here. Show bombs will for each bomb coordinate will change. It will change. It will reveal all the bombs. Okay, this function. So when it is a game over, is playing is set to false, and it will show the bombs, all the bombs. So let's see. Nothing happens. Yeah, I hit a bomb, it's a game over, and it show me all the bombs. Okay, going back here. Well, but I want to know which bomb where I hit it, the game over bomb. So I will change the style of that bomb. Style dot background is equals to red. It's a reversed button style. Color of the text is yellow. Let's see the effects. 1, 2. As you can see, I hit it here, and the effect, the color is the reversed color of other bombs, so you can know where you hit it. You can know what bomb was the game over bomb. Also, I want to display some information here that you lose the game. So display dot inner text is equals to game over, and just to remember, this display variable is this guy that I declared up here, and that is the document get element by id info div. And if we go here to the HTML tags, we have this info div. Okay, going back, game over, and I will give it some style. Style dot color is equals to white. I believe it is already white. Yeah, it's already white. Display style font weight is bold. I want it to be bold. Okay, going here to see game over. Maybe I will set this to red. Red. Game over, like this. Okay. Control 0. Yeah. So this is it. Doing the game over function. Step 8, explode function. What we have here so far, we have the flags, I can do a game over. I show numbers, but let's fake this again. I'm saying that it have 80 bombs. Again, I'm showing numbers, but in this case it's a 0 and I don't show nothing. Okay. I want to explode, to expand these the surrounding positions. Okay, so what we need to do, well, actually it's very similar algorithm that I use here in how many neighbor bombs. I just copy this, and here I pass. I do a pass. That's okay. But instead of counting bombs, I copy. I want to do a click. So for each surrounding, when it is 0, for each surrounding position of that same position, I want to click on it. So I'm going here to the matrix. I am accessing the for each row and column. I will do a click. Okay, let's see what the effects. If I click here, is a number, I need zeros. Yes, as you can see, it expands and it explodes like this. Now we have a bug. If I set flags like this and I click, as you can see, the flags stay and it has nothing. So let's remove this behavior. Going back here in the left click action, in the left click action, if when I do a left click action, I check if the button is marked as a flag. Okay, if it is marked as a flag, I do a return, but in this case I don't want to return. So we have two distinct scenarios. When a human click, I want to return, and when it is not a human, it's a button dot click function call, I want to remove the flag and continue with the logic. Okay, so how I can do that? I can do that like this. Is I'm declaring is human click variable that is equals to event, the event of the event that triggered this left click action function, dot is trusted. So if this property of the event is true, it's a human click. If it is false, it's dot click function call in your code. Okay, so if is human click, I want to return, just return. If it's not a human click, and if it is not a bomb, if button.bomb is false, I want to hide the flag on this button. Else, well, this could seems strange, but this will never happen. Why? Because our logic, let me see if I can explain myself better. Well, you know that you hit a 0 position, okay? So it is not, and at the beginning we are checking if it is marked as a flag. So you know it is a flag, it's marked as a flag, and you know that it's not a human click. So this is a consequence of a human clicking on a 0 position, and if you and you know that each bomb is surrounded by numbers, and again, if we go here to the hit position function, just to remember, if it is a number different than 0, we just stop. We don't explode anymore. Okay? If it is a 0, it will explode, it will expand, and it will go here and do the same logic again, and well, it's not a human click, so this will never happen. I say here will never happen because each bomb is surrounded by numbers. And just to remember, when it's a number, it stops exploding. Okay, and I will set this alert will never happens, will never alert. Okay, just for you to know that this will never happen. So back again in our logic. Well, a user clicked on a zero surrounded zero bomb surrounded position, and that triggered a programmatically called function left click action. And if the button in the current position is a flag, and if it is not a human click, and if it is not a bomb, that we already know that this will never happen. The case of it's a bomb, because of this, we just hide the flag. Hiding the flag, what this function do? This function will get the button and will set the inner text as empty, and also will set the market as flag to null, and increase the number at the display, the number of bombs to be discovered. Okay, going back, so we are here. Next we jump to here, we hit the position. Hitting the position is again remove the on click action, remove the right click action, also no, remove the current right click action and set to just prevent the default action that is showing the context menu. Okay, now next it will check if it is a bomb. We already know it is not. Count how many bombs are in the neighborhood. If are more than 0, it will set the number to the inner text of the button and leave. If it's a 0 position, it will explode again. So going to the explode, in the explode we will check for each neighbor position, and we will do a click. If that position have a on click function, it will goes here again. If it is if it don't have any on click action, it just do nothing. Okay, so let's see the result. Let's see the results. Control 0 1 1 1, game over. Oh, we have here a bug. Yes, but I forgot to set flags. I have this bunch of flags here. If I click here, the flags disappear. this guy is a bomb. Okay, I said I have a bug here that the number should be white. Why? Because in the previous section when I was doing the game over, just to remember, I set the text of the display to red. If I click on the start button, I will load the board and load the board function here. Also, I want to set the display style color to white again. And I want to remove this too. So back again in the load board. Sorry, I don't want bold, the font weight to be bold anymore. Let's see if this, as you can see, it's white again. Well, we have, I don't know if you noticed, but we have another bug here. As you can see, when I click it, it's exploded, it expands, but in some cases we don't know why it's yet. We don't know why yet, but it stopped exploding. So Control 0 F12, let's see what just happened. And the console says this: uncaught range error, maximum call stack size exceeded. So we have an error here. And what is this maximum call stack size exceeded? Well, imagine that you have a function A and a function B like this. The function A will assign the value 10 to X variable, and the variable Y will be the result of function B that returns 5. At the end of function A, it will do 10 plus 5. Okay. Just for you to know, this is not a very technical explanation, because I don't want to take much time on this. So imagine that this function is called, and what happens is it starts to read this line. A guy called instruction pointer will point to this instruction. Next, he will read this and will note that he have to go to this function, to this second function. Next appears a stack. The stack is a structure that will help it will help JavaScript to know what was the value of the x in function a and where it was. So at the beginning it will, right before going here to the function b, it will push into the stack the variable x. Save me this variable, and also, well, push into the stack the position of the instruction pointer inside function a. So I add the variable x with the value 10, and I was at line 2 of function a. Okay, next he goes here to the function b and returns 5. Next he asks to the stack where was the instruction pointer before the function b was called, and the stack has this information. Instruction pointer was at line 2 of function a, so it was here. Next it will be removed, pop from the stack last position of the instruction pointer, removes. Next it will ask sorry, what was the values of the function a variables, in this case the x variable, and the stack will say, well, it had x variable with the value 10. It will pop from the stack the value of the variable x. And now JavaScript can proceed with its calculation, its work inside function a, and this will return 15. So every time you call a function, a different function, this kind of information is saved into a stack structure. So when you do a return, JavaScript can know where to continue the context. Okay. But we want to know what is this maximum call stack size exceeded. So what we are doing here in our code, well, for when you hit the position that have 0 surrounding bombs, we just call it position and do this stuff, and if it is 0, if it has 0 neighbor bombs, it will call this function again, and this function will click. So again it will call this function, and again it will call this function, and again it will maybe call this function, and for each function it must save into the stack um, sorry into the stack its variables and where it was. The this kind of information, where it was and the variables it has. Okay, and we know that it returns, in our case it returns a maximum call stack size exceeded. So as you can imagine, each time we navigate into a function, an entry is saved into the stack. So stack is limited in size. Okay, if too many entries are inserted inside the stack, entry 1, entry 2 and entry n, the stack gets full. So you can't insert more, can't add more entries into the stack. So it's an exception is raised. Maximum stack capacity exceeded. We can't add more values, more entries into the stack. Okay, so this is what this means. Again, we explode, we inside the explode we click, we go back here to the left click action, we hit position again, and we are navigating here in cycles again and again and again and again, and eventually the stack reaches reaches its maximum capacity. So an exception is raised. In this case, maximum call stack size exceeded. Okay, so this is it. Well, how we could solve this problem, I will explain in the next step. Explode iterative. Okay. Step 9, explode iterative. So where are we? So we have this board, and when I click I show the bombs and a game over, and I change the color of the numbers. Also I explode, but as you saw in the previous section, we have a maximum call stack size. So let's solve the problem. First, I don't like these colors. I must change it here. Instead of assigning the red for the 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, I will say that neighbor bombs minus colors dot length. So with this I'm saying this is the color for the 1, this is the color for the 2, 3, 4, 5 and 7 here. 8, sorry. So let's see if nothing is broken. Something is broken. Yeah. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Something like that. So colors length will be 7, and is the color length 8, sorry, is 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 positions, less neighbor bombs. So if neighbor bombs is 1, it will be 8 less 1, it will be 7, the index 7, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 index. Okay, so if I refresh, and the colors changed. So back to our problem. To solve the explode problem, I will create another function here that I will call it explode iterative function that it's equals to a function and receives an x and a y parameters. I will not use this anymore. I copy this. Instead of calling explode, I will call explode iterative. Okay. I don't want to see this anymore. So instead of calling functions and creating the cycle that you saw, I will do in another way. I will declare an array that I named as scheduled positions, and it's empty. I will create an object that is our position that has a property x and a property y, like this. I need another function. I need to gather all the neighbor positions. So I create here another function. Gather neighbor positions, is a function and receives a position. Okay. Well, the algorithm is actually the same as this one and this one. I just copy this, copy, and pass here, but instead of doing this on click, I will ask if it has a on click function. So at this position the element has a on click function, as not a on click function. If it doesn't have a on click function, we continue, so we ignore this element. I need to save this somewhere, so I will call it the result. I will create another array that is our result. In here I push this element. Maybe this is very strange for you, I think. So I'm saving a position that have on click action, so it was never clicked before. Okay. Left clicked before, because the right click is doesn't disable the on click. Just to remember, when you hit the position that is called when we do a left click action, we disable the on click. Okay. In the other hand, at the right click action, we do not disable the on click action. So just to remember, so I am saving the positions that actually have on click action, and at the end I will return this array of positions, that of surrounding positions. Okay. They are the neighbor positions. So we have this function, and sorry, and now I can say scheduled positions are equals to scheduled positions concat. So concat gather neighbor. I just copy this. Gather neighbor positions for position pass. So with this function is returning an array, and this is another array. So when I say concat, I'm mixing two arrays. I'm pushing the second one to the first, and the result is just one array. Okay, and the next step is, well, while we have scheduled positions, while exists scheduled positions, we must hit the position. So I say var I get the current position first. Var current position is equals to scheduled position pop the first element. So this will remove from this array the first and the last one that was added to it, and it will return that element. I'm saving it here to the current position. And I hit the position with the current position. Okay. If I'm doing the hit position that receives a button. Okay. It will disable on click, disable on context menu, and it is a bomb no. It will maybe do this code, or if it has 0 neighbor bombs, it will explode again, and we don't want this behavior. So I will do a different thing here, but actually you shouldn't do that. I'm just doing this thing just for you to know that it is possible to do things like that. I'm declaring another variable called ignore explode, and I set it to true. And also I will pass this variable to the hit position function. But remember, the hit position function just receives one argument, and I don't want to change this. So what will happen? It will explode the program. No, actually you can access that variable, that extra variable that I pass, the ignore explode, like this. I declare here another. I call it don't explode, and I say that it is equals to arguments at index sorry 1. Okay, so what is this? Every function in JavaScript have arguments variable. It is it's kind of an array. I don't think it's exactly an array, but it's kind of, and you can get the extra arguments like this. If I want to get the bomb, the first one, this, I could say it like arguments at index 0, but I want to get the second one, that is ignore explode. Okay, just remember, you shouldn't do this because it's a tricky code, and if you have other colleagues, I think they will not like that explode. So if this variable exists and if I'm saying don't explode, it will ignore this line. If this doesn't exist, it's false, because I'm saying not, I'm actually saying true, so it will execute this code. Okay. So next, after this, I want to know if this this current position, this button, as a neighbor bombs. If as not, if it's 0, we must schedule for the next cycle. So, well, we already, I think, we already are doing this here in the it position. So I will do cool thing is save to the button this. So I'm adding to the button a property called neighbor bombs, and I'm saying that property as the value of neighbor bombs. So sorry. So with this new property, I can here check if the current position have neighbor bombs. If the neighbor bombs is 0, I must add the new positions. So I will say var new positions is equals to gather. Sorry, I will copy this again, gather um, neighbor positions of position current position, and um, what I'm missing here, yeah, I'm doing this again, but to this specific position. So scheduled positions is equals to, again, scheduled positions concat new positions, because are more than one. So this is it. Let's see if something is broken and if it works or not. One bomb, two bombs. It appears that it doesn't work. Let's see if we have bugs. Reference error, y is not defined, and it says that is at line 367. Let's see what we are doing in 367. Oh, okay. I'm missing. I just copied and I didn't do that. To be more simple, I will just declare here two variables. Variable y is equals to pos y, variable x is equals to pos x, like this. So refresh. Yeah, now it appears that everything is okay. You see, start putting some flags. I think there is a bug. Somewhere. Yes, there is a bug. As you can see, this was marked before with a flag, and when it exploded, and the flag stays, and now I can't remove it. So why? Why? Well, let's see. I'm calling the it position, and at the it position is called by left click action. And in the left click action, there I'm doing this action in the case that the flag is marked and it is not a human click. I'm removing the hide flag. Sorry, I'm removing the flag. I'm hiding the flag. Okay. But in this case, I'm actually going directly to the hit position. I can't do this because I need to remove the flag if there exists one. So and we have another problem is, let me see. So I will receive here an event, and the event is have targets and is trusted and everything. I need to call this, but I have to fake the event. Okay, so where was I? I was here. I will comment this and oops, I need to call this function. I need to pass it an event because it's important, and also I want to pass this first. Fake the event. I declare a new variable where I call it event and say that it is equals to a new object, and open close. And now I say that the event has a property called target, and I say that the target is the current position. Okay, now I can pass it here, and also I can pass this ignore explode like this. But remember, on left click action, the event has another property that is the is trusted. Sorry. Well, if I do not define that property, it will be null, so it will not be true. So is human click? No, it's not. So it will fall here. Okay, there is no problem about that. Also, I need to pass the second argument, the ignore explode, to the it position. So how I will do that? I will do that in the same way. Inside the left click action, just to remember, left click action is called here with the second argument, ignore explode. Again here it receives just one argument, and I need to access the second one, so I do arguments at index 1. Okay, again, you shouldn't do this because this is a very dangerous code. It could break many things. Okay, I'm just doing this just for you to know that it's possible to do this. JavaScript is cool because of of that things, you have a great power with this. So let's see if our problem is solved. Refresh, and it, yeah, hit. I need to set some flags. Well, I will fake this. I will say that it has just 3 bombs. Just 3 bombs. So if I refresh and put some flags, okay, the flags will disappear. Okay, 3 bombs, game over. So what's next? Actually, the game is almost done. We just need another functionality, that is verify if it is a winner or not. I almost forgot that showing this, maybe it's better for you to understand what I am doing here inside the explode iterative function. Imagine you have this and you hit this position, and also there exists these bombs here, you see, and the map of the numbers will be something like this: 1 bomb, 1 bomb, 2 bombs, 2 bombs, and 1 bomb, 1, 1. Okay, so I'm doing the gather neighbor positions. First position, it has 1, and the second it will have 2, the third, next. This is ignored. It is as on click is null, so ignore this position. This is this situation. So if on click is null, continue, ignore this, don't push the element to the array. Okay, next, push, next, and next. So we have these neighbors here, the new positions, and now we start to we have the new positions here, and while the array is not empty, we pop the first one, the last one position, and pop this one here, pop the position. And what we do next, we do a left click, and the left click will hit the position. So we'll start here. It doesn't have on click, so ignore. Before that, it will ensure that this is empty. This doesn't have neighbor bombs. So gather neighbor positions again, and it will check for this. This doesn't have anymore the onClick function, so it will be ignored. 1 1 1 1 0 here. This will be ignored here and here, here, and this. Next, I'm doing a concatenation like this. I'm joining this array with this array. So this array with this array, and concat. It's just one array now. And it will continue with popping the last one and doing the same thing again and again and again. Pop and so forth. Important thing here, I'm not checking if for repetitions. So this element is here and also is here. It will be analyzed twice. Okay. If you want to ignore repetitions, I will not do these codes, but it's very simple. Instead of using an array, you can use an object like neighbors equals to new object. Instead of push, you do neighbors at, and now you are composing, building a string that is a property, and you are adding the button to that property. One thing about objects is properties are unique, indexes are unique. So if you repeat the same index, it will prevail the last one, the last affection. So in this scenario here, you add the coordinates x and y, and it's the same for these. So this element will disappear, this repetition will disappear, and this one will prevail. Sound like very confusing, but it's a simple thing. Third, to iterate over all the object's properties, you must do something like object dot keys, and you pass the object you have. So you will get all the properties of your object, and you can iterate over each one. Okay, and this will prevent of checking the same position twice and so forth. Okay, just to remember. So let's go to the next step. Step 10 is winner. So at the moment we have a fully functional game, but we are not checking if there is a winner or not. I only can know that if I I am a winner if I check all the bombs with flags. Okay, so to do that we must first we need another variable that is for number of flags with bombs is equals to 0. Don't forget when loading to reset this. So when we are loading the board, we must say again that number of flags with bombs are 0. Okay. Here inside the show flag we must do another thing. If the element that is checked with a flag is a bomb, we will increase this number. So if it is a bomb, we say that number of flags with bombs is equals to number of flags with bombs plus 1. In the hide flag is the opposite action. So if the element is a bomb, we decrease the number of flags with bombs. Okay. No. I don't need this anymore. Here in the show flag. So if number of flags with bombs are equals to the number of bombs, the total number of bombs is a winner scenario. So I just say is winner. I call a function that doesn't exist yet, that is the isWinner function. Just to remember, number of bombs are defined here. At the moment it has 3 bombs. Is the total number of bombs in the board, and this is the number of flags that actually have bombs inside. So declare this function at the end, moving here, var isWinner is equals to a function that receives no parameters, and what we want to say here is playing is false now, and I want to display in its inner text will be you won and a happy guy. Also, I want that the display style font weight should be bold, something like this. So let's test it and see. So we have 3 bombs and a flag, another flag, and another flag, but something went wrong. Let's see if we can catch here something. No. Well, we must. I didn't refresh it. No. Let's put is winner. Yeah, I'm using the older version of the game. Sorry. Now. Okay. And check again. You won. But, well, the guy, I don't know if you see, this guy lose an arm here. Why? Well, this character is a special one. When you insert this, you are inserting other. For example, if you want to insert this character on a string inside the text, you must use this before, because it will consider that it will assume that you want actually to remove to end the string, and no. For the slash, the backslash is the same. We must use 2 backslashes to actually see a backslash. So let's try it. And okay, you won, and you have a guy with 2 arms. Fantastic. Refresh. Game over. One, two, three. You won again. So this is it. I hope that you enjoyed, and thanks for watching.